Hello, Lisa. How are you? I'm sorry I wasn't around last Tuesday. I have to do another member only session this week sometimes so everyone can ask me more questions. Been long since you attended your live? Oh, it's been a while. Possibly. Hello, Nihogo. Welcome in. How are you today? Hi, welcome. May you know how R feels and thinks about me when he sees my post on Facebook today. Well, excited. He's very excited about this. He also feels that there's quite a connection between you guys, and it's kind of drawing him in more. There's a lot more options. Welcome in, Divine Soul. How are you today? How have you been? So, yeah, he sees there might have been something about you doing something in particular that he was interested or curious in because he didn't know that you were interested in that kind of thing. But yeah, overall very good vibe from this. May I ask what is the attention of Angelo to me? Well, this is prompting Angelo to consider life choice and planning. So this person's thinking quite a lot about you, to be honest. But I would definitely feel like this person's logical first and less emotional because this is very much in the headspace and planning is headspace. Hello, welcome in, Ari. Welcome in. It's been so long. I know. I've just been very tired this month. Very tired. Yes, because the last 2 Tuesdays are members, and I missed out last Tuesday. So I'm trying to catch up with members, and then we'll have hopefully this week a free for all, so everybody will be here. But today it's members only. So this person really cares for you, really wants to look after you. Finds you very cute and adorable. That's what their feeling is with you, is that you're very, very cute. It is only a member live today. Aruj says, may I ask a general for July and my guide's advice for it to be a success? Okay, so it's interesting enough. The advice for July is to kind of step back and, just wait for things to happen instead of, really wait, like, it's hard because there's kind of a particular feeling, and I want to think about it before I give you a feeling, because there's a particular thing. So I think in general you don't take action very easily. There's kind of like this feeling of what if this is the wrong mistake, or um there's kind of like a hesitation. To put it in a kind of like, I have my sister, Aruj. I have like several sisters, but one of them, she cannot go to a place and order straight away. She needs 30 minutes to go through the whole menu, just in case like she misses out on like, or she doesn't like the food. So it's kind of a weird thing, but it takes her that long to decide something that would only take me 5 minutes. And I do feel like there's that hesitation and uncertainty there for you. Thank you, Katie, for the donation. I will do yours straight away after this. So that's one thing that I would say. So your advice guides are telling you that if you feel very dis- disillusioned in July, so it's kind of a thing that I would say that you should focus on your headspace. So instead of getting really caught up with what's going on in the world, or looking at news, or focus on your own little place in the world instead of really focusing on everything else that could be going around you, or you know in social media and everything like that. Okay. Can you please see if the director be able to, this is Katie's question, arrange a part-time position for me once I interview on Friday for case manager. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Right. So part-time position. I do feel like they want more of a full-time hour position than what you currently want to do. Um, However, I do feel like they like your personality, Katie, and this will be the difference between um you not getting the job and getting the job. I think like the more like upbeat, very positive you are, the more that they will like to hire you. Even though technically they would like to have someone that has more full-time hours, it would be very easy for them to, um so therefore they might sit there and go, we've got quite a lot of part-timers, but we like you, so we are going to give you the hours that you want. There might be kind of a couple of weeks that they have to give you more hours, but I don't think overall that will be something that you will be like, no. Um, yeah, I definitely feel like you're very happy with this, and this will, yeah, take a lot of mental load off your chest. So I would honestly say yes. Um, be aware of chasing money and being very much in your own headspace. It might be that you have to kind of figure out whether or not they can afford someone to be in part-time position. So that could be something that you might have to um get a like a pay cut for this. But I do feel like they will offer you, they might not offer you straight away. They might be like, oh, we have to give you full time, but I think overall they like you so much they'll give you that part time that you seek with additional hours every now and again. So they might tell you like a week in advance, like a couple more hours that you might have to fill in. Overall, it goes very well for you, this job, but they seem to have less career advancement, so you might have to find another job that would give you a better skill set overall. But I do feel like this company to work for is very, very good. So there you go, Katie. Thank you so much for that donation. You're going back to your country in 4 days, Divine. Oh, wow. Enjoy. I am going back to Australia for a visit on uh the 3rd, and I'll be back the month afterwards. So it will be like 2 months in Australia. I'll be trying to stream when I can. That's the hope. But I'm gonna try and fit that around family as well. Okay, so Nihongo, um, Nihongo. May I ask if Angelo will still pursue you? Yes, for sure. He's quite a foolish person, so I do feel like he would pursue you to the end of the earth if needs be. Um, he's definitely getting out of his self-reflective stage, and he's very much go with the flow. So don't expect him to get really caught up in, um, things that aren't just go with the flow. So he doesn't tend to think a lot about very serious things because if they don't concern him, he doesn't tend to pick them up, you know. Divine Soul says, what are the current feelings of Erwin for me? What's his next actions? So, at the moment, there is Two of Cups. So this is the happiness of a relationship. Two together becomes a one. This is good because there's kind of this practicality. You're both really good at working in a relationship. So he's dwelling on love for you, the thought of you. This might be not so much imagination, but practical kind of feelings for you. The next actions towards you is weirdly enough this getting out of his mental struggle. So we've seen, because you have been asking a lot about Owen. We've seen him go through a lot of mental struggles, and then resolve them and then get through another mental struggle. But I do feel like this is the ending for this year. So there doesn't seem to be anything like piled on top. I think he's just coming out of the last period of questioning of this struggle taking place. And he's scared and nervous, but I do feel like he's going to drop back in a relationship with you. With the Hangman reversed, this is like someone that's struggling to not do an action. This is what I'm feeling and picking up from this. And that he's thinking a lot about you. So, like, he's afraid. Maybe because he thinks that he really hurt you and he doesn't really want to hurt you again. But I do feel like he's going to drop back into a relationship with you. And this doesn't mean like not like coming into contact with you, but really deeply like connected with you. That's what I would say from this hangman in reverse. We have a lot of members today. Welcome, everybody. Eliza says, how does R describe me to his family? Okay, so he does put a you as kind of the same as himself, which is kind of a high compliment. Um, why I would explain that to people is when we find someone that has like the same interests or the same kind of outlook in life, we tend to be like, they're very much like us. Um, and I do feel like when he's trying to say that to family, he wants them to love you straight away. That's a hard thing because um, we we tend to, when we're really in love with a person, we want that person to be perceived very similar to ourselves because we know that usually a normal family loves us as much, and so therefore when we're trying to introduce someone, they're like, oh yeah, but you love her, she's very enthusiastic about things, very creative, very passionate, very much like myself. I think you're quite athletic in some ways. That doesn't mean that you might consider yourself athletic, but he does. Um, I do think that he thinks that you're a keeper with this Ace of Wands. This is like, I've got the thing that I really wanted, and I do think that he feels and he expresses to his family that you're a keeper. You can come across as being a little bit more aloof and a little bit more cold to his family just because that you are Queen of Swords. That doesn't mean much. I think when people really know you, you can be a very warm person, but when you first like get to know someone, you tend to be very cold on the outside because you don't want to make a bad impression. When you warm up though, you're a very intelligent person. Very, I think if you knew someone was interested in a certain subject, you'd be asking them lots of questions. So I do feel like you've taken, it's weird because I'm feeling that his dad, I don't know whether they're still married. I feel like they are, his parents, his family. But his dad loves you more than his mom. Not that she hates you, but there's kind of like this feeling that his dad has understood how intelligent you are, and that's kind of coming through as well. What was the card in the middle? So the card in the middle of yours was Eight of Swords reversed. So, no, was it? Yes, I'm very sure it's Eight of Swords reversed. Eight of Swords is the mental struggle. So we have the Eight of Wands, which is physical struggle, and your Eight of Swords, which is a mental struggle. So if it's upright, that means that you are struggling. This is usually internal. So you're creating your own suffering, but internally. When you're reversed, it's that it's easing or it's past. So it might feel like it's still there, but it's actually like you're able to escape. Um, but I do like this kitty cat. It's got toilet rolls on it. Like it thinks that it's trying to fight a monster, and yeah, it still thinks the monster trapped it. On the other hand, like Shit, the monster's not here anymore. I can escape. So if you see your cat in the bathroom, that's probably what it's been doing. There you go. If you do want to take time to, father figure is the brother. It's weird because I'm feeling a connection with like the father figure. I don't know. Like I'm feeling a very much a father figure there, but that's fine. I was like, it's weird. Okay, Katie, thank you for the super chat. Can you see what will happen between Jordan and me in July? Of course. First cards. King of Wands, the Empress, the Devil in reverse. Okay. The Queen of Wands. Oop. uh, oh. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So, King of Wands, Queen of Cups in reverse. I feel that he's very much. Let me ask the pendulum one question and then I'll come back to this because usually Queen of Cups in reverse is actually their mother. But I could feel like this could possibly be X energy. So Queen of Cups in reverse is emotionally under how can I put it? A Queen of Cups in reverse is emotionally unstable, and a lot of times I feel with especially women with cups are emotions, feelings, and yeah, anything to do with love or something like that. So when cups are in reverse, they're not emotionally regulated. So they can put a lot of pressure on the person that they love to combat their loneliness or how they feel. And sometimes when you have a very demanding mother, so the pendulum says yes, it is their mother. So this could be that there's a lot of men out there where their mom can use them as the sexual surrogate. So they actually have then, instead of relying on the dad, so whoever they married, or a perfect, instead of putting that on your son. Now, this does not mean, sexual relationships, but emotional relationships. So this woman's been burnt before, and she is trying to get her son to look after her emotionally. So there's kind of this pressure on him, kind of dragging him down, even though he's very happy, very enthusiastic. I'm feeling like the youngness, but the old in at heart. So he's got a young body, old heart. That's coming through this month, which is weird because normally I don't feel that. Hello, Megha, welcome in. So that's one thing that I would definitely say to you is that it's kind of a lot. And this might be because we haven't seen a lot of readings where she's like this. It could be that it's just this July month that's more like this, and maybe she's gone through something and her world is falling apart, and that's the only thing is like putting that emphasis on her son. Um, with Ace of Pentacles, he is thinking about this offer again, this love offer between you guys. So I think overall he does realize that he wants a family. He knows that you're perfect to be part of a family. So he can see you as like the person he could be married to and have kids with. And the Empress is amazing because she's got this lovely feminine energy around her where she creates a lot of abundance, but even better, she is the person that we would all want to be in a relationship with. She's very calming, she knows herself. And I do think that comes through for you. Um, so he's going to be really thinking about this. I think that overall we have seen an addiction to him trying to find out whether the grass is greener, whether or not he wants to move on, which is weird because I do feel like overall this is kind of being pushed a lot, that he's kind of going, okay, what will other people think? And I don't think this is family. I feel like this is family of like, extended family and friends. And I do think that for him at the moment, because he's coming through as being young, he tends to take an emphasis on what other people think about him, not what he should think or what he knows. So with the Queen of Wands, the cards say focus on yourself, focus on the center of where you want to go, and plan for yourself. So I do think that you'll be talking a lot more to Jordan this month, and you'll be doing your own thing, and you'll just be waiting on him to kind of figure these things out, because I think overall he's starting to lose that momentum here, where like um there's a difference between people saying it's a bad idea and you still want to do it, and you realizing that it's a good idea, you should do it. And this is kind of running its course, is impetus, where he's just like, why are people saying this? Like, does it really matter? I want to be with Katie instead. Knight of Swords, your energy is going in the right place, so don't really focus too much on him personally, because I do feel like he's going to be very busy July, with this Queen of Cups, which is his mom. Um, but overall, I think that you're going to be seeing him like August time, trying to really reconcile things with you. Like sitting there going, I've been an idiot. I think he'll even use those words, I've been idiot. And you might be like, oh my god, like Cassandra said that, and I'll be like, but I do feel like he's going to be like, yeah, I've been an idiot. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn on the other light because it's getting a little bit dark in here, and I don't want the lights to be less dark. So give me a second. Do 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 ba 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 ba. Okay. So Divine Soul says, I'm going back to my country in 4 days. I'm getting a lot of stuff from here. Will, you know, the the customs go through. Yeah, it's always kind of an interesting thing when I come back from Australia because my mom always packs me. My family have bees. Um, my dad kind of looks after them. Oh, um, thank you whoever bought some. I think that's through eBay. Yes, yes. Got a card reading to do after live. So thank you. um so yeah, so how customs is gonna go? Fine. They're going to be laughing, they're going to be going, it's going to go well. I don't think you need to worry at all. They might ask you a couple of questions, but that's just because they're curious. So don't worry about it. Lumia Knight says, what is something I'm not aware of now? My guides would like me to pay close attention to, please. Um, okay. Okay, so there's kind of like full cards. This one came out with this one. This one was already turned over. So the guides say that you need to pay close attention to maybe the mess that's surrounding you. Maybe it's kind of creating there's such thing as like messy space, messy mind. That's something that people say a lot is like if you're creating that mess, then you have a messy mind as well. There's something that you're struggling with that you're trying to push, but you should walk away. And this might have been something, I feel like this is in the past, like maybe when you were like a teenager, that you still do. And I think this is possibly a habit. So it's kind of like, I think higher, like when you're a teenager in high school, there was kind of like this opinion on your weight. So it might have been that you really didn't like how you looked. And so therefore you're kind of semi destructive behavior to yourself based on your body. So that might be something that you need to work on, or you need to be kinder to yourself, because that's one thing that they would say. Um, the last thing is that you're probably not picking up red flags. You really like someone, but they're kind of creating some red flags that you might have to pick up on. Because this card in reverse means that you are doubting yourself. There's kind of like that bit where you're kind of creating an issue for yourself. Um, and that's a big thing because you're not seeing this person fully. It might be a halo effect, so therefore, when we start dating someone or we find them attractive, we have this halo effect, so we don't see them truly for who they are. We're like, oh yeah, but these all these bad things, but they're a good person, something like that. So that's what the guides want to say to you. I don't think this person is intentionally doing these things, which is a weird thing. You can have people that are know exactly what they're doing, but I do feel like the red flags that this person's putting out, they don't consciously know. And it could be very hard for them to acknowledge it if they haven't seen it. So I do feel like if you pick these things up and you're like, okay, like maybe the way that you need to do this is this way, I think that they're quite an open minded person, that they have the ability to change. There's a lot of people out there that don't have the ability to change, but I do feel like this person would try. Rouge says, I started a book project. Good on ya. Okay, so, right. Ooh. Okay. So, can your guides judge it? Okay. I think the hardest part is that you might have someone in your family, past family, that was a writer. So I do feel like there's some kind of harsh criticism here, but it's not. I think it's because you might. Yeah, I'm very sure, like, in your family tree, there's someone that has written, like, and decently well. Like, they got their books published. So I do feel like they're putting a lot of criticism on you. So the advice that I'm getting is there's a temptation here to be very tropish or very trope like. So I do feel like you're writing very, like, the closest thing I could explain it is fan fiction. Now, that doesn't mean that fan fiction doesn't get published. There's a lot of fan fiction out there that's got published. Like, let's look at Twilight or 50 Shades of Grey. There's a lot of, like, even Hunger Games technically is a fanfic. So you can't just sit there and go, okay, writing writing that way doesn't mean that you can't get published. It just means that you are not realizing that you can correct some things before you kind of write them. So it's just that you haven't got to that point yet, that you have your own voice as a writer. So it's okay. Um the your your author, so yeah, this would have been about 2 generations ago. So if it's not your grandparent, it's your great grandparent. And they're saying it's messy, it's untidy. They're saying uncouth. So you might be writing some sex scenes or something like that that's offending their sensibilities. It's kind of funny that they're using uncouth, because yeah. Um they're saying Jane Austen writes better, but that's kind of the age. But I think they're saying just keep on trying. Um but they're not particularly liking this draft right now. Which, like, honestly, I would be keeping on, like, writing for them just because I I would like to piss them off. But yeah, um, if you try to publish this, it might not go very well down, like the Tower moment, but I wouldn't say that you wouldn't get a very cult following from people that really like your book and they would buy it, and They might buy like from a table, they might buy it online, but it seems like people really like your book because it's not polished, it's not, and they do like your characters. Your characters are, um I think, well, this yeah, so what the ancestor that is coming through is quite snobbish, but give them their due. Like, they would have had to write very well to get published. And it's weird because I don't know if you know your great ancestors that wrote books, but I do feel like they did write books. It could have been non-fiction because I don't think they wrote fiction personally, which might be also like why they're being, you know. So there you go. I honestly keep at it, but like you could honestly every time you write like a sex scene or something like that, you're like, this is for your ancestor, because I'm sure, like, I would do it. I would find it very very funny to do that. I know you should treat ancestors with respect, but I'm sure my ancestors would be like, she's at it again. I'm sure I've got some very devout ancestors that are like, she's playing with tarot cards. Oh my. um, Divine Soul says, I changed glass lenses today. Did the shopkeeper change the lenses to the cheaper one? This is odd because I don't think he changed the lenses to the cheaper one, but it's weird because they are kind of very odd. You might have found that yeah, so it might be that he kind of messed up the prescription that you're on, because it's weird, because there's kind of a difference between you looking at things and you're actually seeing them. So I think honestly it's not the lenses, it's actually why you're having so much trouble with them is it feels like they're kind of fuzzy, or yeah, not, yeah, I feel fuzzy. Fuzzy would be the right word. And it's just he's kind of messed up the strengths that he had to put in the glasses. So you might have to go back, because I think that the wrong strengths for you. So I honestly would say it's not the lenses. It's actually that he hasn't looked at the chart, and it might have just been that your eyesight has changed. So if he didn't get check your eyes when you came in, then it might have been a shift. But if he did check your eyes, it's he's put the wrong lenses in, which would be very embarrassing. But you could just go back and go, I'm seeing very blurry. Yeah, so honestly, I would say that he's put the wrong strengths in there, and the cards are saying the same. That it's the right quality of lenses. It's just the wrong strength. So honestly, go in and say they're fuzzy. Um, like I do it all the time. I'm like I'm a brunette, and I always seem to get on better if I'm like act kind of blonde, where I'm like, I go in, I'm like, everything seems so fuzzy. Like, what's going on? Is it me? Like, I laugh about it, and then I'm like, oh, actually the wrong strengths in there. And it could have been just that he's put the wrong strengths in the wrong, you know. But yeah, that's what he did. It's not the quality of the lenses, is that he's put the wrong strengths in there. And he'll feel very foolish, but you know. But yeah, I sit there and go, it's me, isn't it? I'm like, yeah, it's the whole fuzzy. uh, Hello, Karen. How are you? Welcome in. I've been good. I've been really tired this month. This is why I haven't been streaming so much. Is just like, um, this week's not so bad, but this month I've been sleeping, 12 hours at night, and then I have had afternoon naps. Um, so, fingers crossed I'm pregnant, but if I'm not, then that's the issue as well. Could be thyroid. Who knows? Oh, we'll figure it out. But, if I'm pregnant, then it's normal. Like, everybody will be like, it's normal. So, there you go. But yeah, I've been so tired lately. Any chances did I break my family generational karma? And if not, was I close? Okay, so the whole idea is, Mecca, usually when we're healing, there's always going to be other things that come up that might not be sorry, Lumia. I called you Mega Heart, but you're Lumia. Megha, sorry. Um, it's very hard because when we're healing, there's a lot of things for us that won't be considered trauma because they just seem very normal. And so, therefore, we've got to kind of address things as we're healing. So, the cards say yes, you broke the generation of karma or trauma that your family's experienced. Now, I'll put this as intermittently because sometimes we can sit there and go, karma always feels like it's been external, and trauma always feels like it's the way that you've reacted to things. So I'll call it slash, because both of those are fine. I can understand where both of those happen. But yeah. So the cards say that now you have options what to do with the rest of this. So I do feel like you have really helped break a cycle. And I think that it's been a long cycle. It's not just like 3 generations, it could have been 4 or 5. So that's important, is that you have a lot of options to deal with the rest of it. And the cards say, use this time to plan what options would be best. Because there's kind of like this feeling that you might need a little bit more help. And so, therefore, for me personally, I don't do talking therapy. Nothing would annoy me more than going and sitting on the couch and someone would be like, "How do you feel about that?" And no, I can't. Um, it might be something that I need to address, but yes. So depending on how you want to proceed from here, obviously there's more ways of helping you um proceed through the rest of it. But I do feel like you've got the biggest parts of it done, you know. Oh yes, Sorry, Karen. It is members live today. Um, and then I don't know. Tomorrow, the day after, I will do a free fall, and then on the weekend I will be doing a members only because I skipped Tuesday. I last week I felt really bad because I had promised you guys 2 member sessions, and Tuesday wasn't a great day for me. But you know, Uh, Mecca says, may I know how I was feeling after meeting me yesterday? What was he thinking? So, honestly, he felt like he was not wanted. That, but not in the way you would perceive. So, honestly, he thought you were busy, like you were doing your own thing. You were very on top of everything. So you were in your own mindset, really working on your own thing or your own problems. And so therefore he was scared of saying anything or getting you upset. So there was kind of like this feeling like I should back off a little bit, allow her to deal with her own problems, or I'll get in trouble if I say anything that she might consider bad. But on the other hand, he wants to care and protect you so much. So that was a real struggle for him. Is like sitting back and allowing you to work on your things instead of getting caught up in that. So it's kind of a hard thing, you know. Off schedule. Oh no, don't apologize. Um, how are you? I'm good, Sarah. So, any questions with that? But yeah, I think that honestly, he just felt like you were busy and you might have not had time for him. So, if you can give him a hug, do, because I think that he really, really wants to look after you and care for you, even though he probably thinks that you can do everything by yourself because you're such an amazing person that I think that you have the world. Like, he are things that you've got everything. Like, you could do everything. So he thinks that you're pretty capable. Zeba says, will my fever go away permanently by the end of August? It feels like there's a lot of symptoms that will go away in August. One thing that seems to be like gonna be helping is that your blood pressure is going to be less. Like, you might be taking on a little bit more water, but your blood pressure seems to be less as well. So it seems that your body that's been running very hot will be kind of easing. There might be some foods to walk away from that are kind of creating a little bit more inflammation in your body. But overall, I do feel like your symptoms will ease in August. Um, there might be a flare up November time. This could be just because it's that month. But overall, I do feel like you're going to have all of this really ease and you're going to start going, oh, I'm back to normal. So, you know. Illumia says, I want just want my future, that I can make better choices to stay on the right path. Okay, so that's another question. That's okay. That's fine. I will do that. Um Siba says, "Am I making good progress to be in God's good books?" Okay. The cards wanna give you lots of options here, so we will shuffle again. So yes, you are definitely in God's good books. There seems to be a lot of opportunities, a lot of things. Um, Although the cards say that, like, you haven't finished a cycle, so this can be something that you have to let go of. Um, this might be a memory, which is a weird thing. A memory when you're young, and uh, there's kind of like an argument with this memory. It's weird because I do feel like you're very young, because I can hear you shouting, and it sounds like a 4-year-old kid. And you're kind of like yelling and screaming, and you haven't let go of this memory, and it kind of comes back to you. And there's a lot of times that this is kind of impacting your life. So I don't know whether you can forgive the person that, you're yelling and screaming at, but the thing is that you will have to let go of this memory to progress forward in your life. It's weird because there's kind of like I can hear like how young you are through the voice. But yeah, there's kind of like this bit that you will have to not give this memory such a big part of your life, because this is very strong for you. Um, the rest of this seems to be fine. There's a lot of opportunities coming for you. The full card, you are protected. You are lucky, to be honest. The full card is someone that can flow through life, and because they flow through life very effortlessly, they kind of have their own luck. The luck will come to them as well. So I do feel like you're going to be very lucky in the future. Um, the one thing that you need to do is let go of this memory that you have from that young. It's weird because it is like, I can hear how high pitched your voice is, and so therefore you can only get that at a certain age, and so therefore I would have said that you are only 4 or 5, because like your voice is so high. So um I think you're arguing back to a parent, maybe, and the parents got you like holding the arm very strongly, and you're just like having a meltdown. I think you don't want to go somewhere, and it's just like maybe the first time that you've had, because we all have it kind of the breach of trust with our parents, where we when we're born, we see them as like godlike, like they know everything. They act well. It's kind of weird because I think that adults act like they know everything, and it takes us a while, and it might take us until 10 to realize that they are infallible. They don't know everything. We still can't like question, them on anything. But I think this might have been something that you have tried to protect yourself from. And this might be just that this is the first time you've argued back, like you tried to fight it. Um yeah, it's kind of weird because I think this is the first time that you've had like this failure of like there's a difference between what adults said and how they've acted, because we can all say, okay, like if you do this, you, and so therefore they forget because they're not gods to speak. And so therefore it can be kind of disheartening to be that young and deal with that. So I think this comes repeating back, like maybe you question how people say things. um but that's very strong for you, is like this first bit where you just, it kind of repeats itself, and you might have to get to a point that you might forgive that person. I've had to forgive my mom several times because when you're growing up, you don't, they parents don't realize how much damage they do to kids, and kids don't realize how much damage they do to parents. It's like, you know, it's kind of like this bit where, you're dealing with so many different uh, emotions and how you should cope and how you should feel, and people around you are telling you how you should feel too, and it's kind of hard. So there you go. So that's one thing that you need to kind of reconcile, um deal with, because that's, you know um repeating. Divine Soul says, any message from my mom, she is not alive. I think your mom was fun, Divine Soul, because she's coming through very strongly. Maybe artist? I don't know. Like, she feels like very, I don't know, very go with the flow. Like, I would say hippie, but that might not be a word that you use to describe her. Like, very, you know, good energy. I'm liking connecting with her. Brilliant sense of humor, but kind of a weird sense of humor. She could have her downsides too. That's what I'm feeling. I think you had an interesting relationship with your mom. There's some things that you want to be more like her, and some things less. But she's saying, like, let go of, like, trying to control your whole life. Um, there's kind of like this feeling that you're very rigid, while she's very, see you, Karen. Take care. Justice. She thinks that you're going on the right path, even though you're probably approaching it differently. Um, she would like you to connect more with your higher self or your imagination. There's kind of like this feeling that you cut off like your spiritual side and your imaginative side a little bit more. Um, she has a weird way of stirring her teacup. It's weird because like there's kind of like this feeling that even though I'm connecting with her, she feels like very slightly away, like not completely present. There's some people that are very close. When they come through, they're very close. But your mom seems to be very mysterious to me. Like she doesn't want to make herself known. It's kind of interesting. Like I can hear like teacup. Like the way like she did like two ways that way and then like one way that way. And it's kind of a weird thing because I don't always do that. Like I'll do it that way instead. Kind of a weird thing. But yeah. Very like mysterious. There's someone that's like so go with the flow, kind of giving me that hippie vibe. She's very distant. It's weird that she's not saying that she's proud of you, which some people are very strongly about that. But yeah, she does see you as a woman. That's a very strong thing. Is that she respects you as a woman. Like she can see herself in you. Um, she's saying don't make the same mistakes as I did. That's a very strong thing. But yeah, there you go, Divine Soul. I hope that helps. But yeah, she's very distant to me, which is interesting because some people, when they connect, are very close. Also, some people come through and they're like, "Don't worry, I'm having a great time in the afterlife." And there's kind of like this feeling that she might get reincarnated later. I think maybe she's waiting for you to come, but she's like, there's kind of like this feeling that she hasn't completely done everything yet. Like, there's kind of like this feeling that she would enter another soul contract to come back because there's kind of like things that she didn't get to do or didn't get to see that she really wanted to do. So, um, don't think she seems like overly adventurous, but there's kind of like this streak, you know. Siba says, how does FA compare me to MP, better or worse, or what sense? I think that he doesn't usually compare you. He thinks that you spent a lot more time, maybe more attention on him, but it wasn't too much. There's not much difference between you guys. Um, I think that he can come across quite dense because he's not savvy with women. That's one thing that's coming through. So that's kind of like this feeling that I wouldn't call him stupid because he's not. He just doesn't know how to interact with women. And that's okay. That's fine. That's a normal thing for dealing with. But one thing that you did very well was that when he was sad and when he was like, not feeling great, there's kind of excitement. So you would cheer him up, like you would surprise him, you know, you would make things a lot more exciting, more adventurous, you know. So he kind of, in some ways, was looking forward to having a bad day because you made it feel so much better. Pray you're pregnant. We'll see. We'll see. Um, if not, well, you know, my body is going very strange currently, and we'll see. Mikha says, "What is Art's current energies and moves towards our relationship?" What is Art's current energies? Okay, so Harrison, he is deciding to go against. This doesn't feel like society. He's going against trend. So if he's not working for himself, I think he will very soon, because he's realizing that a lot of times he's doing work for less pay, or less money. Yeah, so there's kind of like this feeling that he wants to get paid more because he wants to prove that he can get paid more by, so he can look after you and care for you. That's one big thing about that. Next moves in a relationship. He's not particularly happy about everything. And I do feel this could be that your family is not particularly happy with him. I don't think his family is very happy with him. So every time he's like having a meal, it seems very fraught with difficulty. So he's kind of having a hard time dealing with close close people not being happy with him. Like I don't think he cares about people that are outside his sphere of influence. So he's a very happy not um if someone like a stranger came up and started having a go with him, he'd just not care. But anybody that really means something to him, which is his family, your family, you, this is a very strong thing for him, and he cares a lot about this. You guys shouldn't care too much about what's happening in the future, because you're both anxious, a lot of nervousness, but everything around the corner is very good. Everything's working out really great. So there you go. Hello, Andre. How are you? Excuse me. Lumia Light says, a future I can make better choices to stay on the right path. I don't know my options moving forward, but any critical advice, please. So, crucial advice is interesting. So the cards say focus on money. It's a weird thing to say. So a lot of times they're not like, no, don't focus on your career. But these cards are saying focus on your career. This could be something like focus on creating your own business, growing something really strong. Um, this could be that you are in a career that people will come for you to you for advice on setting things up and doing things. So you might be a contractor. But overall, I do feel like this is a very strong thing where you will be able to control your own destiny through that. And the last card is that keeping in your headspace. Now, this could be that a lot of us get very wrapped up in, our own reality, and we're not looking around it. But the cards are saying focus on that primarily. Don't focus on what other people are doing. Don't focus on, the news of the week. Focus on what you're doing first. Sorry, I'll get some water in a second. Um, I am going good, Anjay. Thank you for asking. But there you go. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab some water. And I'll be back. Water time. Being a little bit busy, but that's life. Next week I'm flying out of the UK to Australia, and I'm going to be there for 2 months visiting family. And then I'll be flying back. So that's going to be fun. I'm going to see if I can do some streaming out there, because I don't think my sister's broadband is that bad. Out where my family is, it's probably not so great. But it might be fun to get my mom to do some tarot reading if she wants to, because um my mom does tarot readings now as well, so it's really nice to see her do it. Um, I set her up and got her to do some um readings, so that's really good. Yeah. Thank you for the reading. My internet was lost in between. I'm. You're very welcome. Hopefully you heard everything. I don't know. Your mom's a very interesting person. It's the first time that I've connected with someone and they've had so much distance between them and me. But that could have just been that she was very distant in life too. Um. Okay. So it's Sarah's go now. It will be fun, Andre. I will be trying to get some mangoes. Eat some mangoes, even though it's not. I have gone in the wrong season. Like, honestly, I go in the wrong season all the time for mangoes. Like, April to September, not good time for mangoes. I need to like win the lottery or something so I can go to Australia when it's mango season. So I can have mangoes. I love mangoes. Okay, Sarah says, what does B Taurus truly feel about me? So honestly, he's realizing that you do like him, that you're interested in him. He's also thinking that there's lots of little good things coming in because of this relationship. So he's taking it slowly. I think overall he's not excited about this relationship, but Tauruses take their time. They're used to, like, how can I explain it? When Tauruses are younger, they tend to put their hearts out there a lot more. Um, and so therefore they could have been the person that had their unrequited love for someone, and somehow they found out, um, that that person wasn't interested in them. And so every single other relationship now takes them longer to trust that person, takes them longer to put their heart on the line. And I do feel like your Taurus is warming up to you. Two of Cups, definitely happiness and like love. There's a very practical love in here. Um, Usually Two of Cups is just like love, but this card always kind of reminds me that love is very practical, because you have these two cats and they're eating out of the same bowl, and it always feels like a very practical relationship, because if one cat pushed the other cat out of the way, then they wouldn't get to eat together, so therefore you have to work very practically to get food. So yeah, honestly, I do feel that there's nothing bad about this Taurus. He's just wanting you to prove that you love him more than he expects to be loved, because it's going to take him that little bit of a leap of faith to really say that I love you, when he technically does already. So that's a big thing that I would say. There's going to be a little bit of a waiting game there. So Nihonko says, "Can I ask what type of guy is my future husband?" It's definitely a planner for sure. He tends to be very introverted, but there's a lot of times that he's extroverted. So it's weird, because I would say he's not normally like he's introverted normally, but around people he knows, he tends to be very extroverted. Um, Civil servant or accountant is coming through. So very practical, very practically minded. Tends to like food, so he's kind of a little bit more on the chubby side. Not that I don't think he doesn't have muscles. He just doesn't show as many muscles. So he's kind of a little bit more likes his food. Let's go with he likes his food. Ace of Wands tends to be slightly adventurous, but it's kind of weird thing where I wouldn't say that he seeks adventure. He wouldn't go on holiday by himself. He tends to be very good with money. He tends to be very practical with money. Um, I think that he can be caring and feeling, so he tends to be quite a emotionally caring person, which is an interesting thing to say, is like he would listen a lot more about problems, or he doesn't offer solutions readily. And I do feel like you will love him because he has that sturdy nature to him, you know. But yeah, I could see him counting quite a lot of pennies. He doesn't tend to, do that by himself. Um, question 2, how am I feeling about B Taurus? You're feeling very confused, I think. Um which is interesting because, you've said you're confused, but the cards are saying, you are confused because this person can go a long time without contacting you. It feels that they might have object impermanence, which means that if someone's out of sight, they're out of mind as well. So they don't tend to be, you know, they tend to forget about people. So that's a hard thing because they do like you. They just, it's weird because when they remember that you're there, um they tend to really not love bomb you, but they seem to be really, really interested. And then you might go a week or 2 weeks where you just don't hear from them. And this kind of annoys the crap out of you. Sarah, the cards are saying that you're struggling and you're winning on this. So they can say give it patience, but it's up to you. But the cards are saying that you're seeing something happen. It's just happening really slowly. Like, so slow that you might be like, this is annoying the crap out of me. But, Excuse me. Well, I enjoy being a psychiatric nurse practitioner, thinking about going back to school. Okay. Um, yeah, I think so. The hardest part is that you have to do it for yourself. You have to keep a full heart. So this is kind of going to be hard because you will have to really focus on what you're getting out of it. So that's an important thing that I would say is it's not going to be as rewarding as other thing nursing. Um, just because you're dealing with very demanding people, but I do think that you'll enjoy day to day. It's just going to be very, you have to focus on what you're getting out of it, not what the patient will get out of it. Will you be successful as a psych nurse practitioner? Want to live a good life? It's going to be very different from what you are normally doing, Sarah. So, do you realize that there's going to be very much a division between you, your personality, and what the job entails? I do feel like you get out of your self-reflective stage. I do think that you get paid decently, and this will give you a lot of like options out of nursing. So it's like there's a lot of like manifested good things that come in because of this training. Um, However, I do think that you'll find it very distressing sometimes. And that's a big thing that I would say to you is that it's very different from your personality now. Sevha says, will the flare of fever be short lived and temporary in November? I do think that some things will take longer. It's interesting because it feels like your blood pressure is still a very strong thing happen. The cards say focus on not just like working. It could be focus on relaxing, allowing your body to kind of relax. Um, the cards say stop chasing. It might be stop chasing money because, yeah, with the King of Pentacles in reverse and with the Two of Pentacles in reverse, there's also, we have people chasing money. So it could be like take time, maybe take time off, or don't get too caught up in your career. Give yourself time to relax because that's strong. Sorry for that yawn. Um, yeah, I think that's, yeah. It doesn't feel like it's long. It'll have like a like petering off, so it won't be as bad and consistent as what you've had now. So my card says actually we discussed a bit about our future. So what was he thinking, feeling about that? He doesn't feel like your family will like him in the future either. So it kind of feels that even though they're giving excuses now, I don't think that he thinks that they're going to change their mind. Give me 1 second to blow my nose. It seems to be acting up again. So he is planning. He's working on the plan. So I think that he likes the ideas that you're coming up with. Um and he's kind of working on the things that you're working on. Um Overall, he wants to make you happy. He'd rather see you happy than him being happy. um that sounds really cute. And I feel like slightly sad about that, but honestly, he would rather see you happy than him being happy. There's a lot of other options that are going to be available in the future. So don't realize that your plans will change. Um that's a good thing. Um and realize that you'll have to adapt when these guys come in just to get the best out of that, but overall very good. Reach any message from my higher self. The cards are saying that at the moment you feel very disillusioned about some things in your life, and so therefore you should focus on not working on, you know, um, working on telling the truth in a sarcastic way, um, that's coming through very strongly. Is like when life gives us lemons, we can either talk about how bad the lemons are and tell everybody else, oh yeah, don't worry, you're gonna get lemons too. Or we can be like, okay, we'll have lemonade. We're gonna make the best possible situation out of our lemonade. And a lot of times when we see what's possible with what we've got, a lot of times this kind of disillusionment fades. We realize how lucky we are. And I think that's one thing the cards are saying is like, if something throws you a curveball right now, kind of go, oh shit, that was not good. And then realize that it can have a benefit. So instead of maybe talking negatively, being very blunt and to the point, you've got to realize that your truth is very arbitrary. Everybody's is. So don't worry, it's not just you. But how can you put a positive spin on it? So therefore, then you're always going to be very positive. The Empress is like the card of creativity, the card of creation. So this is like the final part of manifestation. So this is like if you wanted to create something or grow something, um, the Empress card is about having that gift, that ability to create something. And this could be that the things that you're negatively focusing on are things that you could create something out of instead of like, oh, well, why do I need that junk? You could be like, oh, well, I could turn that junk into a statue and then sell it to people and make money, you know? So that's important. Okay, I've done Niago's one. So, what are our thoughts and plans? Well, at the moment, he's feeling very upset. He's kind of very closed off. He, like, honestly, you're a very detailed person. Like, he is a big picture person. Thank you, Sarah, for that donation. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. So, a lot of times he doesn't care how a plan gets implemented. he he just sees the future and goes, "Okay, what can I work on now that can get me there?" So you're like, "Oh yes, if I do A and B and C, then I might get this." And I was like, "How's the fastest way possible?" So honestly, he's doing well. I think he's working on a way of getting more money by skilling. It feels like he's reskilling or he's getting a better kind of understanding what he needs to do to get more money because it would be simpler for him to get more money than kind of do it another way. So that's really what he's focusing on is training or, and and that would solve a lot of problems. So that's what he's focusing on. He's not focusing on, oh yeah, we have to have a picket fence. We have to have a dog named, you know, bluey bongo, whatever you want to call it. Um, he's just going, okay, what's the fastest way I can make a decent amount of money in my job so we can fast track everything else? Because he's realizing by you telling him he's getting like not that much time, you know, that he's got to hurry up and do it. Sarah, for that super chat, did you want me to do question 6 straight away? I love the sticker, by the way. That's so cute. What good have I done in my life and what bad I'm unaware of, says Rouge. Hmm. Okay. It's weird, Rouge, because the interesting thing is that nothing's really coming up about the good. Um, and it could be, sorry guys, um, that you're more focused on how you're getting distracted about why you should be doing good, or that you're like, oh, I have done good, than actually just doing it. And I think this happens with everybody. It's like we donate to charity, or we help someone out, and instead of like just doing it for the sake of doing it, I think people can focus too much on, oh, I'm good because I've done this. And the cards are saying that that might be a thing that you might do, is like, I'm such a good person because I've done this. And that doesn't mean that you're not. It just means that maybe instead of seeing it as a how could I explain it? Placing a value on it, just do it. um, what bad have you done? I think that you can get very upset. There might be like a stage of depression for you that you've gone through, and instead of just being able to cope with it. Sorry guys. So instead of realizing that you are in charge of your emotions, it might have gone on for quite a long time. And so, therefore, you didn't realize how your mood impacted others. And so, this is not particularly bad. This is not particularly good. It just means that you have not realized the damage that you might have caused other people that were trying to help you. Um, and that's okay. That's something that we all need to do. Um, the one thing that Aruj, that the cards say, is that you have the ability to create something amazing that can help quite a lot of people. So I think that you have the ability in the future to either create your own charity, or, something amazing that would help so many people, and that you will be a big part of. And I think overall you've changed so many people's lives that you don't realize already. But putting good or bad as a value probably means that you're doing less in life, you know? Hello, Jean. Welcome in. Taco Tuesday / Wednesday, everyone. Tacos are always good. Tacos are always good. What have you been up to, Jean? At the moment, I really love cheese. I love cheese normally, but at the moment, I really love cheese. Um, Elisa says, "How does R compare me to A now? Does he regret he left me?" Uh, yeah. So there is a temptation for him to uh, be scared of like coming back to you. So even though I think that he feels like it's his fault that he left you, there's kind of like this feeling that he is very tempted, very addicted to come back to you. So it's kind of a hard thing for me is that a lot of times when we're dealing with um how things went on, I think that he now realizes that he could have been responsible for some things, even though he doesn't want to admit that, Lisa. Welcome in, Rita. I wish my nose wasn't gonna keep doing that. What do you need to know, NJ? Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize I was muted. So I was hearing my partner upstairs rummaging around And I was like, what's going on? So I was double checked in to make sure he was okay. I was like, you okay? It's just making lots of noise. What do you need to know? Okay. Anna J. Thank you for your patience. Welcome back. Thank you, Jane. Okay. What do you need to know? There seems to be something that you might always consider very much truth that you might need to realize is not as it's not that it's not a truth. It might be that it's very variable compared to other people. And I think this truth only kind of is for you, not other people. The star in reverse. The cards say grow yourself first. This might be actually taking time to realize where you're going as a person, as a, you know, and there is new opportunities, new adventures coming into you. So there's kind of good things coming in. So you don't have to be so caught up in um like one thing instead of, you know. So it's kind of a weird thing because a lot of these I'm trying to figure out, like, these cards feel like they should be together, but I don't know why. I think you're going through, like, maybe a crisis of, like, faith, or, you know, like, how you perceive yourself is very vastly different from other people around you. And you might have to, like, settle that difference to actually understand how you're going to approach things in the future. What is your good karma? Okay, so your good karma is your ability to save. So you have like a ability to, when other people are having a hard time, you're still able to save. You're able to put money in that you don't touch. So other people that what is it? The story about the cricket and the ant, or the cricket and the mouse. So this cricket is singing, chirping, while this little mouse is going up and down with nuts, and and the cricket's like, enjoy summer, like it's not gonna last, and the mouse is like, but I need to save for winter. Long story short, the cricket starves because it hasn't saved anything for the winter, and the mouse survives. So that's one thing that you're very good, is you're very studious at being able to save so you survive. The tower in reverse, when relationships, and I think it sometimes is hard for you in relationships, but when relationships kind of collapse for you, you're very good at rebuilding them. So you're very good at being able to make the relationship work again. And I think that's really good because it shows a certain sense of um culpability. Like, you know what you've done wrong, you can apologize for it, you can work on things together. So you're very good at people, in some ways, and not always, but you're very good with people. The last thing is that you're very good at kind of avoiding society's rules or expectations for you. So you're very good at not following the crowd. And that will give you a good stead in the future, where you're just like, I'm not interested in what other people do. And that will be very well done. So your karma is very practical. I think you're a very practical person, but overall, I do think that you have some very good gifts and you're able to put that to good use. Siba says, why haven't I heard from the guys at Aleph? When will they contact me? You're very welcome, Anna J. Oh, they've been really busy this week. It's kind of a weird thing where they probably thought that someone else was going to phone you, and they haven't. That's kind of a hard thing that I would say is like they all want to contact you, but no one has. And I think next week they'll realize that they haven't contacted you, and I'm very sure they'll contact you and go, "So sorry, like I thought that so and so was going to contact you back, and we haven't." Yeah, they've been really busy. Like there's kind of like that bit where all the business has come at once, kind of thing, where they'll be like, "Oh, crap," you know. Siba says, will I get a job at Big Four company in Country D by next year? Well, you move to Country D by then. Um, so the cards say you probably won't get a job at the Big Four company in the country. It might be because you get too scared to apply. Will you move to Country D by then? Yes. You might move because you really like someone in Country D. So you move for them. But I do feel like you move to Country D next year. Um, and that it might take you a couple of years to apply for a Big Four, but you've already moved. Well, I get a good new review and appraisal in the upcoming review at your office, Ziba. There's kind of a feeling that you will get a decent review. The only thing that I would say for this review is that you might not listen completely to what people are saying. And this could be, Siba, is that you don't echo back, you don't mirror someone. So when someone comes over and asks you for something, you don't sit there and go, oh, so if I said, oh, I need a sheet done, you're like, I repeat, oh, you need a sheet done. So there's kind of like this bit where you might get something done, and that might be what they've asked for, but they haven't been listening to themselves. So when you give them the thing that they wanted, it might be the wrong thing, but they haven't realized that. So that could be something that you need to work on, is that kind of mirroring back of like what they've said, so you can be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. You are very quick, you're quick acting, you get things done, you get things done earlier than timeline. I think you're very good at time management, or like appearing that you know time management, because it seems that you are very good at being on time. The other thing that I would definitely feel is that you're very good at making choices, making decisions. So overall, people do not need to check in on you. You're very good. As soon as you know what work you need to do for the day, you do it. So overall, I think your review is good, other than, you know, the listening aspect, you know. But that's probably down to them more than you. Megha says, why is R staying with his friends and not going back home? They want to match him as well. There's kind of like this feeling that he feels betrayed, because they kind of are trying to force him to get married or kind of leave the house. So he's kind of like staying with friends so he doesn't have to deal with that. So that's the big thing. He feels very upset with them right now. Okay. Uh, Rouge says, should I go back to 9 to 5 realistically for my future sake? Or work hard on this book no matter what. Um, Overall, I think with a job, Rouge, you'll be like, I hate this job. No matter what, I will get this book done. And it will drive you more than if you just like work on the book itself. Because you'll be like, I hate this job. I hate 9 to 5. I really need this book done. And it will give you that kind of feeling of being protected, because um you'll know how much you're bringing in. You know that you're kind of protected and looked after by being at work. Um, and it gives you kind of that bit where, so they did a study, um, and firstly, it's a horrible study. It's a mouse study. So they starved the mice and they put them in a chamber where they put a spring on the back of their tail. So depending on like how hard they pulled against the spring, they would see how much they really wanted something. So they opened the chamber and they wafted food in from one end, and the mouse ran really hard, didn't it? Because it's starving. But they realized that they ran even faster if you uncork the other end and you waft the smell of a cat in. So it doesn't. You can run to the food, but it's better if you're running away from something. And so the cards are saying that, and I would definitely say that too. It's like, if you really don't like a 9 to 5, which I worked 9 to 5 for a very long time. Um, I've had a very long, you know, work environment where I was working that, and I will tell you now that I'm more lazy now than I was in the past. Yes, he's upset with his family, Megha. He feels betrayed that they would want him to marry someone else because they're starting to match him with other people too. Um, Lumia. Did I? I didn't do Lumia's one. Generally, how did people view me? I'm sorry, Lumia. So you're very introverted. And it seems like you might be scared of people. So it could be that you come across as being scared of people when you're not. So that's an interesting thing that I would say to you. A Page of Pentacles, you tend to become a very abrupt. You know how to interact with people, but you don't always do that. So people do feel like you're slightly abrasive. Hey, Priestess. I think you're good at keeping people's secrets. Like if they're friends with you, um they know that you will always keep secrets, that you don't tell anybody. You know, you're very good at that overall. Like you're a very good friend. I think in general people tend to feel like they just can't approach you. You have that kind of energy of being scared. It's weird because I feel like this is more in a work environment. Like out in the street, maybe you don't come across that much like that, but I do feel like your wardrobe sometimes gives people the impression that you don't want to be around people a lot. And I don't think that is because you dress goth. Might just be that they have like a certain viewpoint of you, but that's what people see you. Divine Soul says, does my mom see my sisters as part of her? Why is she upset with me? Um, no, not now. I think Divine Soul. I think before she ascended, possibly. I would say highly, you know, um like she saw your sisters as being more part of her than you. I think that you kind of became slightly more the black sheep of your family. Um she's I don't think angry with you. That's not the word that I would say. More like she's trying to give you advice. Um but it's like a very quiet advice, like measured. So I could understand why you would think she's angry with you, but she's not. Like there's no such thing. Like a lot of times people come over very happy. Um and that's why I would say that she's kind of got unfinished business is like um she wants you to be like better than her a lot of times. Like she wants you to plan your life. I think that she think I think that she accepted like how what age she died at. But that doesn't mean that she thought that it was not going to continue for longer. Like, she expected to be that, like, on Earth for a lot longer than she was. Um, so she's like, plan everything, focus everything on what you want, because, you know, it's kind of like that bit where she's kind of sitting there going, if if you don't plan it, like, this is gonna, you know, you're gonna go to, you know, the afterlife with lots of things that you could be doing now. King of Swords. Why is she bringing this up? I think she finds Owen very much like your father, and maybe the bad parts of your dad. So she's like, I don't think that she's saying beware men, but she's like, yeah, like your dad had traits like Owen. So that's coming up. But I don't think she's angry with you. Anger's not the thing that I would say. I'm saying that, yeah. I don't know. Like, she kind of feels like at the moment, like, she needs to come back. There's kind of like this feeling that something's stopping her from reincarnating right now, that she can come back. And there's kind of like this feeling of that she misses all of you. Like, she'd rather be here than on the other side if she could spend time with you. She doesn't want to admit that though. Thinking of starting a platform. What do you mean? Do you mean like starting YouTube, or, you know, creating content, or starting YouTube? Like, making your own platform. Megha says, is Air stressed about something that he's not sharing with me, or hiding something from you? The world in reverse. He's hiding how hard he's working. And he sees only you. And yeah, he only feels like you've passed all the tests that he came up with. So, like, he's fully invested in being with you. That's important. So, it's kind of like he doesn't want you to know that, because he doesn't want to put undue pressure on you. That's really what he's trying to avoid. Oh, yes. Yeah, I just did yours. Yeah, thank you, Jean, for replying. Anna J says, where is my future spouse in life right now? Okay, so what are they doing in life? I think they just graduated university. This might be that they've done a master's or a PhD, because it seems like they've they've worked really hard through this. They're leaving a lot behind, so it could be that they're actually moving country. So this is an interesting thing because they're leaving quite a lot behind for the move. I think they're already having dreams about you or daydreaming about you already, energy, compared to, yeah, I think they're thinking of a person that's very similar to you, like who they want to be with. So this person's slightly romantic, to be honest, if they're already thinking that. No, like a sharing website? Oh, you're gonna create your own? Honestly, you are definitely more braver than I am. I'll wait until I pull my cards for you, but yeah, that's hard. I think it's coming easier because like servers are cheaper, but overall, it's still very hard sharing platforms. Sorry. And then Jay says, "When will I get my mental health improved?" I think you're going to get that next month, NAJ, because with the tower falling down, you're able to rebuild it. And I think that you're slowly going to rebuild it this month coming because I think that you've realized why that what you've kind of created, the mental health aspect of it, why it happened when it happened. Um, the world in reverse is like you're working on your own world. So I think in general, like size things down to what you can control. So there's kind of like this bit, and it's like the 7 habits of highly effective people. But I think that I knew it before I read the book. But so you have a kind of like circle, quite a small circle to be honest. And this is titled The Things That I Can Control. And then you have an ever bigger circle of things that you can't control. So when things come up for you, the biggest thing would be, can I control this? Can I not? So anything to do with other people, you can't really control that. You can influence it. Obviously, if other, it's like a job interview. There's there's a feeling of influence that you can control that. Um, but overall, that choice is up to the person that's interviewing you. So a lot of times, the things that you can control are very, very small, very minute things. And that's good if you realize that overall it's okay to have a lot of things outside your control. Because overall you shouldn't stress about the things that you can't control because, the infinite. You're never going to have that. There you go. Sarah says, "Is my job dangerous and should I leave?" I don't think your job now is dangerous. Um, there's obviously more options out there for caring, so nursing. So that would be good because I think overall you're a great nurse. You have a very caring quality, a very loving quality. Um, Also, you're cared and protected, so everyone likes you at your job, I think. So overall, I think that no, this is not a dangerous job, but you should look after yourself first, then look after everybody else, okay? Yeah, just focus on the things that you can control. Like it if you're worried about something, instead of like worrying about it straight away, you're like, can I control it? Can I influence it? And if you can't control it and you can't even influence it, then it's not up to you. So you should just let it go. Allow the things to, happen as they'll happen. Um, there's there's a phrase in Swahili called Sharia Mungu, which is it directly translates to the will of God, but it's the whole idea is if something bad happens or something happens that you didn't want, um, people that speak Swahili, usually Maasai, say Sharia Mungu, and they get on with it, where they're just like, it's the will of God. We can't do anything about it. It must be divine. And so they get on with their day and they don't really stress about it. And it's a really good phrase. So sometimes if things are going wrong, you go, it's God's will, and go back to whatever you were doing before. Mekha says, I'm planning to prepare for PCS government exams, so may I know if it's the right decision for me? Will I success and get financially independent? If yes, then when? So, um, I I do not want to tell you that, you shouldn't attend it. However, from the cards, it sits there and goes, this is not the right decision for you. You'll get very broken-hearted about this, Mecca. The other thing is that you're in your own little box. Maybe too much. Like you're kind of in this bit where nothing's working out for you because you're focusing on it too much. You've taken this exam or other things as part of you instead of going, okay, I'm not part of this, I'm actually myself. Um, so the cards are saying that you're focusing on the details when you need to view the bigger picture. And I think overall, your personality and who you are will never be kind of like fit government work. I'm very sure you can be like a government contractor or someone that does things for government that is not just part of the government, if that makes sense to you. I don't want you to feel like I'm jinxing your government exam, but I do feel that you're you will get bored very easily with this job. NHA says, what is my bad karma and how to overcome it? Okay, so what is your bad karma? So the cards say that your bad karma is not technically bad. It's that you're too scared or too hesitant to do anything about something new. And so therefore you kind of hold off when there's all these good things coming in for you and you're like, oh no, not yet or not today. And so these opportunities that you could have yourself, you kind of don't get. Um, the other thing that I would definitely say to you is that how to overcome bad karma is to focus on your own little world, to focus, like, as I said, with this world thing, what can you control and what can't you control? That's what the cards are saying. Know what to control, what not to control. The lovers. There seems to be someone coming into your life that will help you with over worrying. So I'm Taurus, so I don't really worry that often. My partner, on the other hand, Scorpio. So they can be very distrusting. They can be very worried all the time. And I'll be like, well, what's the percentages of that? What is that going to happen? Why would that happen? You know? So that's important. Um, so that's important for you is someone that kind of dulls down that worry or anxiety. Like, honestly, you could do something about like helping kind of reduce your anxiety by like reducing the stimulants, taking on things like omega 3s that'll reduce your anxiety. Because even though people sit there and go, oh yeah, food doesn't help, food does help. Food is a natural drug we always take in every single day, and every single plant has different properties. Um, so you could help yourself through food, as well as this person that's coming in would help you relieve your anxiety a lot more. The last thing that the cards say is exercise. So it could be that at the moment you're not getting enough exercise in, and so the exercise will really increase your feel good hormones. So, like oxytocin, all of that, like dopamine. And this will mean that you'll feel less anxious when it comes to making better decisions for yourself in the future. So I don't see any bad karma here. I see that you're more creating this karma that's kind of holding you back. So yeah, there's a lot of things like I didn't realize, and I had to apologize to my other half the other day because I didn't realize as a woman that you, like, we know, I think most women know that women going through, like, their monthly cycle, you're going to get mood swings at a point of time. I didn't realize that anxiety can be hormonally related too. And I was like, okay, that's why I'm anxious. But I know that if I have like 3 cups of coffee, I'm anxious. So it doesn't matter, like 2 cups of coffee, I'm fine. 3, I get very anxious. And for me, anxiety is not something that I do. I'm 100% not an anxious person. So if you are feeling anxiety out of the blue, there's probably a trigger, or if I learned the other day, it could be hormonal, and I'm like, oh, great, you know. Sarah says, question 6, how does Jeffrey the Leo feel about me? I'm gonna do this as a 8 card because you sent a sticker, and thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. It does help me a lot. I'll be flying back to Australia soon, so any love will be spent out there. Probably buying myself mangoes, because mangoes are nice. And I miss mangoes. We have mangoes in the UK. They just taste different. So yeah. So how does Jeffrey Leo feel about you? So this is interesting because early on in the relationship they were very happy. They were very ecstatic, but they were working on their career at the same time. So a lot of this kind of Leos can be the type that fall in love quite quickly. And they want someone to match their passions too, but it feels like they're very young, kitten like in love and very mature in their career. So Leos don't like admitting when they don't know something. And it makes sense. We all have our blind spots. Like, Tauruses tend to be the most stubborn sign. And like, for a long time, I would have said that my partner was more stubborn than I am. But I've realized that, at least the last month or so, I'm like, yeah, they do have a point that Tauruses are very stubborn, and I didn't realize how stubborn they were. um, but I can understand that. So the whole idea is that um, this Jeffrey the Leo sees you very differently from him. And this is an interesting thing because this is a weakness to him, is that um and I think this can be a couple more signs, but there's kind of like this matching. Like they want the matching passion, they want the same fire, they want the same aspects. Um but with you they feel very differently, like you're not matching that energy. Um this might not be true, but you might not be like matching them on the same wavelength. Queen of Pentacles and the Hierophant. So you're going your own way, and I do feel like you have a streak of rebel in you, which is good. I think this Jeffrey admires that immensely. Is the whole idea that you don't really care as much about society's opinions. Um, I think Leos can be quite caught up in, I want to be different from everybody else, but I still need people to like me. So they tend to um, show on the outside this rebellious thing, but they still want to be part of society. And I think you're just like, it doesn't really interest me. With the Queen of Pentacles, you're working on your own career, possibly even building your own business, but you do have like this really strong streak about you where you want to do things for yourself. And I think that's very admirable. With the Tower in reverse, like, your relationship with this Leo has fallen down, and it possibly was communication based, where like communication didn't work as well, and so therefore it kind of fell down. But there is time. I think next month you guys are going to rebuild that quite well. And then with Two of Wands, I think that you're both looking on the horizon to watch things come in for you both. So I think overall you are good, like really good matched. But I would say that it's very hard for this person to be able to settle down right now because they don't see that perspective here. But I don't think that they're not thinking about it. It's just like there's kind of like this block between what they want or what they can envision their future to be and where they are right now. Taurians are the most stubborn sign of the zodiac, and then is Leos. Um, I always kind of find it funny. Um, I don't know whether it's me. Um, so let's put it in perspective. So my partner's Scorpio, and the lovely lady next door is Leo. Um, and it's a weird thing, a weird perspective, where I say things without like subtext, and I don't like the worst thing is like maybe I'll worry about subtext. I don't think that I worried about subtext from other people since I was like a teenager. I wouldn't be like, what are they trying to say? What do they mean? Um, I just don't like you interact with me. There's no subtext taken. Um, and it's kind of a funny thing where she'll interact with me and I'm like, oh no, she's read into something and I didn't mean it that way. And I'm just like, what do I say now? Because like pulling myself out of a hole that I don't know I've dug and it'd be like, so I complimented her the other day, you know, so that's kind of a funny thing where I was like, you looked so beautiful the other day. And she's like, and I'm like, she's like, oh, I don't look like that normally. I'm like, oh my God. I don't know how to take that. I'm like, oh. Like the compliment got like switched, and I was like, oh my God. What do I say then? I gave up. And she's like, oh, more glamorous than usual. I'm like, yeah, that's what I should have said. um, so yeah, it's funny. It's 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 all fun and games. And then cause my partner could be like that too, where he'll read underneath, like he'll try to find some subtext, cause you know Scorpios, you know, can be worried or paranoid. Let's say paranoid, but you know. And so I'll be like, oh. I give up. Okay. So Meg Hart says, what did I think about BC would be with my dog? It's interesting because the interesting thing that I would say is he's not completely a dog person. He likes your dog though. He saw that your dog makes you very happy and that he'd be willing to play with the dog with you. So overall, I think that he really liked your dog. Um, and realized that you really love this dog. Your dog's slightly older, I think. Like maybe 10 years? It's weird because I'm feeling an old vibe from your dog. Like you've known your dog forever. Scorpios are stubborn too, as Aquarians, all fixed signs, and Virgos and Geminis. But it's weird what all fixed signs are stubborn about. Like every single one's kind of different. Like the one thing that I would say, cuz in my family, so my dad's a Virgo, one of my sisters a Virgo, and one thing that they definitely are very stubborn about is semantics. So, you know, if they say something, they are very semantic based. So they'll be like, no, that's not exactly how I said it. It was this. And I'm like, oh my lord. Energies, very young. Oh, well, he's old puppy in a very young body then. Oh, yes. Sorry, Anna J. And thank you, Jean. How will life be like after the next 2 years? Okay, so this is based on who you are now. So do you realize that things do change based on how you approach things? So Anne and Jay, at the moment, the cards are saying that you would be totally trapped in your way that you perceive the world. And the Hermit in reverse, you're scared of people and you're hiding away. So I do feel that you need to expand yourself right now, that you don't have any hobbies or interests outside work, because the next 2 years I do see you only working and coming home. So I think that you need to kind of get out, join a group or some kind of hobby to keep your interests alive, because um I do feel that you would lose friends or lose your perspective on life if you only got caught up in that kind of work and then go home. With the devil in reverse, the whole idea is that you're probably breaking an addictive cycle, and this addictive cycle is like something that you've had to deal with. Um, so it's also the feeling that you're breaking this anxiety loop. I think that it's good to say anxiety loop, because you're when we do something, let's put it in perspective. Our normal life now is not hiding away from a tiger. But every time we think about the tiger, our brain thinks it's real. So after a while, our brains, every time we think about the tiger then becomes this big thing, because our brain's trying to keep us alive. So anytime that it can worry us about a tiger, because it knows that we've seen a tiger before, then it's going to make that tiger as real as possible in our brain. And the more that we think about this tiger, the more real it becomes, because we're reinforcing that pathway. So the easiest way to break a loop is to just distract yourself. Every time you're thinking about a tiger, you're like, "Ooh, squirrel!" Or anytime you know that you're thinking about something that's causing you anxiety, you just break the pattern. You think about a donut. Or you think about, like, you know. So instead of kind of keeping yourself in a loop, reinforcing the pathway, you break it, you know. Um yeah, a lot of people get stuck in the tiger, and every time you think about it, you should, like, if you're thinking about a tiger and you don't live anywhere close to a tiger, you should just start laughing, because it's like ridiculous. Why am I scared of this thing? Um, you know. But it takes a while to get over what causes us to fear things. And a lot of times people don't get to that point where they get past that. Rita, welcome in. Question one: why was A not today at 6:30? What was the reason? They got caught up with work, which is weird. I think they knew that they needed to be there, but they thought it was another day. That's the hardest part, was they got caught up with work and they thought it was another day to meet up with you. Because if I look at this, you're not the problem. This person finds you cute, adorable. They love spending time with you. They love being around you. So overall, with the King of Pentacles in reverse, this person chasing money. So if they thought that they needed to make up hours or they needed to climb the career ranks, they might have forgotten about connecting with you that day. Which, if they haven't given you a message, it probably is because they forgot it was that day. So there you go. I'm going to grab more water and then I'm going to grab a tissue to blow my nose because it's annoying. I'll be right back. What, on jeans? Does anybody else have that where you blow your nose and one side's perfectly clear and the other one's got all this stuff in it? If everyone says no, then I'm just special. Should I contact Virgo or wait for him to message me? I think that you should contact him because I think that he's either lost your number or yeah, I feel like he's lost his number or he lost his phone. One of the other. So you might as well contact him all the time. Yeah, it's weird. I honestly, you would think, like, even if evolution is our designer and we're just created by, you know, the divine just creating the universe, it feels very inefficient. Yeah, I think I would contact him because it looks like he's walking away from his life right now, which is, if you're saying that he's in a very dark place, that doesn't seem good. Like all men, work, work, making money. A 9 to 5 and a way to make a living. Like honestly, like, I feel bad for most men, to be honest. Like, society expects them to do one thing and one thing only and do it well, with women, because we've fought a long time, I think that we are given the right to do a lot of things. And like, even though I think there's a lot of pressure on women to do things right, and there's lots more pressure because people are expecting us to, do everything right at the same time. um I think guys get you know a grade F if they don't do work very well. So, um he is still married to my knowledge. I made the rule not to contact me. Mate, people are complicated. I wish I had advice for Eugene. Energy says, what is my family's thoughts and feelings about me? Mom, dad, sister. So your dad feels like, Energy, you can be quite a smart Alec. That is sometimes you slightly disrespectful or something like that. That doesn't mean that I think maybe a little bit cocky. That's maybe something that's coming through. NJ says, like, Mom, you're very intelligent. You take after your mom more than your dad, I think, in intellect or, in mind. And you have some very good discussions with your mom, I think. But yeah, your mom's very smart. So yeah, definitely for sure. Your sister's really busy working or busy focusing on her own stuff. So she doesn't always think about you a lot. But I do feel like it's weird because I think you're the older, not your sister. But there's kind of like this feeling that you have a perfect sibling relationship. A lot of arguing, probably a lot of fighting when you guys were kids. But I think now you've grown up, like, there is love for you. But she's so busy that she doesn't think about you a lot. Um, and I think that's a shame because you used to have a very close relationship with your sister, but after a while, I think that you guys have grown apart. It might be even time to go and visit her if she's lives quite a while away, because um it would be nice for her to see you. But if you can't, then don't. But I think, yeah, I think your family loves you. There's definitely a family vibe about you, and I think that you've had a very healthy childhood in some ways, because I'm not feeling any kind of um strange vibes from your family. It feels like a very close knit family unit. Elisa says, what actions will I take to reconcile with me when? Okay. Oh. Why is everything like falling down? I'm always, everything's falling down. Um um what actions will, it's hard, Elisa, because there seems to be like this feeling of control. Like, this person will try to control like this reconcilement. However, they won't listen. So honestly, Elisa, if you did break up because of issues like they weren't um treating you with respect or something like that, then I don't think they would change. And it seems very soon. I would say next month because yeah, so this is 8 of Wands, I think. Let me double check. But this card, it means excitement, like something's going good. So let me find it. Nope. Yeah, 8 of Wands. So yeah. So it's interesting. There might be unexpected romance coming in for you as well. That might take you away from art as well. So, you know. There you go, Lisa. You're very welcome. And Jay says, how to get the life of my dreams, what's stopping me, and what will get me there. Okay, so the cards are saying surround yourself from people that are where you want to be, that are very different from you. Because at the moment, you're around people that are very much like you. And this is causing you to think that everything's normal, that people would live the same way as you do. But if you want the life of your dreams, you have to surround yourself with the people that have that life. And even if you can't find these people in person, you can always read autobiographies. You can surround yourself with these people on YouTube. So the people that have your life are going to be the people that, you know, if you want to be rich, you need to kind of look at interviews of Elon Musk or any of those people and kind of realize why you're thinking the way you are, because a lot of times people in certain places will think differently from you. What's stopping you? Um, there feels that you're happy with the little things that come in for you. So if there's like a little bit more money coming in for you, you're satisfied. So how to put it in perspective, energy, you might have grown up in a very, I would say, in a poor place. Like, not in a bad, like, you would have had a lot of love, everything happened, but you're happy with the minimum. If something comes in a little bit more than it usually does, you're happy with that, you know? What will get you there? So, coming out of your shell, being a lot more extroverted than you are, making connections. So a lot of times when you're not sure of yourself, you tend to hide away, and kind of build as many connections as you can, because that will help you get your dream. Because you're possibly staying at home and you're not talking to people and you're not learning a lot more from people, you know? You're very welcome. What does R's parents think of me when they're pressuring him to get married? Is it with me or someone else? And they like you. They just don't think that R's going to get you. And they're trying to make their son happy by, getting him someone else to get married. Because they think that you're going to get married and break his heart. So they want him to not be hurt. Which is a hard thing to say because they like you. They just don't think that R's ever going to be with you. Katie, thank you. Can you please see if I will meet a new person in a serious relationship or will I end up with Jordan? So there seems to be someone new coming in for you. For sure. Someone that definitely sees you as being someone to, you know, the perfect person of their dreams. It's weird because I feel Jordan is always kind of in a place that he doesn't know what he wants. And a lot of times he expects like his family to tell him or, someone else to tell him. Um So it's kind of feel weird because he's feeling disgruntled where he sees himself in the future, but he's not willing to admit that he kind of effed this up, this relationship with you. And with the strength card, there's a weakness here to always kind of look at the small things that he doesn't like instead of seeing the bigger picture, which is important. Like, you can't expect a person to be perfect. Never. It never works like that. If you expect someone to be perfect, they're not going to be. Um, the other thing that I would definitely feel for you is that um this person might come in and he might realize too late because I think you're in um a space that you're really looking for someone in particular, and I think this person will like hit everything, you know they'll hit everything that you've wanted for so long and you expected from Jordan and Jordan just didn't have it, you know so I would feel that this person will come for you before Jordan will ever come for you, you know? And this could be putting this Jordan in a situation that he might really regret that he's kind of like put this off for so long. But yeah, I do feel like someone's coming in for you that's new and exciting and very different. I do feel like they've got a very different energy, and I feel that they are more mature and in a different stage of their life than Jordan is, where they probably got to a point that they don't want kids of their own. They're happy to have kids, like share your kids. They just don't need biological kids. So that's important for them. Thank you, Katie. Will I actually heal from depression, Rouge, or will I always have it? Any spiritual messages on that? Um, so the cards are saying that a lot of times your depression comes from other people being, mean to you, Rouge, and yourself being mean to yourself. So a lot of times people are very critical, and you take that on as it must be the truth. And I would honestly say if you've got a decent amount of friends that are like that, you should like really specify, no, if you're gonna talk to me like that, I'm not gonna be friends with you. And even family, if family does that to you, people sit and go, you shouldn't be mean, they're family. No, if people are doing that to you, don't stand around for it. The Emperor in it, your depression's gonna slowly get better, slowly. And it's just because you've got to get to a certain amount of truth for your depression to realize that these things are going to happen. So I had a friend, I still have her, but I had to stop being friends with her for quite a while because she had a fiance and they moved in with her mom, his mom, not her mom. It might have been easier if they moved in with her mom. But so his mom would yell at her and blame her for why her son was so fat. And it was just like, mate, he was over the age of 18 and she was obviously the same age. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And she would take depression tablets for it. And I was like, she's like, I can't do this. I'll move out. And I was like, okay, fine. We've got a place to stay. You can come and move in with us. And 3 days. She only lasted 3 days and she went back. And I was just like, that cycle was never going to leave. It's just not going to. With the Knight of Cups, yeah, it's like you're in your headspace. So it's kind of a hard thing that I would definitely say to you is like your if you notice you're in your own head, you've got to kind of get yourself out of your head because your head's kind of repeating the same thing. Your head's becoming an echo chamber for other people to be mean to you and yourself to be mean to yourself as well. So anytime you're realizing your depression's getting, go out, touch some grass, look at the sky, smell some roses. Anything that can kind of disrupt your headspace and kind of show you reality, you know? Arita says, question 2, how does Kay is thinking about me now? What does Kay is thinking about me now? Does he think he would come back? So he definitely finds you very attractive, um, very creative, very passionate, but he's not imagining you. which is a interesting thing. This person, so your K might not have a big imagination. Um, and this does mean that they're kind of maybe slightly non-romantic. They might think of things very logically. So, there's kind of like this feeling that if they're lusting after you or desiring you, there's got to be an imaginative element to that. And this person might just not connect with that. Um, does he think he would come back? He will think that he'll come back in the future. And he thinks that he would get married to you too, Arita. So I do feel that this person honestly thinks that you would wait for him, which is kind of, I think that you're better than waiting around for someone, but I think, yeah, I don't know. I do feel that this person can be, dealing with things a lot. When will I physically meet Owen and how will I meet him? Says Divine Soul. You're very welcome, Rouge. I think for coffee, to be honest. There's coffee beans all over the floor. Um, I think you're out shopping and there might be a bit where your bag rips or something like that and you're busy collecting it and you see him. So you'll go out for coffee, I think. I do see these little things on the floor, so it could be that, and then you guys actually really talk. I think that to be honest, this would be like when you guys talk and when you really talk about life instead of getting caught up in nitty gritty, you know. So there you go, Divine Soul. I am going to close the questions now because I know I have a lot, but my voice is starting to break, which is a weird thing. My voice is not really usually breaking, so could be that I'm out of practice or something. But yeah, I'm gonna close the list. We're gonna keep on reading until we've done every single person's question, but I'll finish off the list for now. There'll be another members day this week, I promise, because I usually say, okay, we're going to have, 2 days per month, the last two Tuesdays, and I'm sorry I missed the last Tuesday. Last week I had something come up, and it was life. Um, Jean says, will you ask Aquarius if it was your fault? I think they realized that some bits were theirs. I think they're very stubborn to admit that they had issues going on at the same time as, you know, dealing with everything with you. Um, Also, they got very distracted at the same time. So, a lot of it came down to that you guys just didn't, weren't allowed to be. There was something that you both needed to learn at the same time. And unfortunately, it wasn't you guys weren't possibly mature enough, especially emotionally. And I think this is more them than you, that they could heal the same time. So whether you like it or not, I think you're a very conscientious person, Jean. And I think that you try to keep people at peace. Um, I would be very surprised if you did the Enneagram test and you didn't come back as a 9. And 9s are peacemakers. They try to, you know, look after people. So, Aquarius took his own life. We don't understand why. We never thought we were just friends. Yeah, so Page of Pentacles. Firstly, this person, was this a car accident? Jean. Because that's a weird thing that I'm feeling. So, your Aquarius, yeah, it feels like a car accident. I don't think he was driving. I think he walked in front of a car. Um, that's what I'm picking up, weirdly enough. It's weird when I like pick something up and it's right and I'm like, why did I feel that? So it's weird because a queer this your friend never felt like they fit in life. So they knew, I think that they knew how to interact with people, but they always felt very different, very alienated, very lone. So how can I put this in perspective? Like they would walk into a place and they would feel like they shouldn't belong there, you know? Even though people were having a good time and didn't notice them one iota, they had this kind of feeling like I'm not supposed to be here. Um, there was kind of like this feeling that they might have used stimulants or something like that to help them cope. I don't think this was drugs. I think this might have been over the counter, maybe, you know? Um, I think he was scared to live, to be honest. And that's a hard thing because we have people in life that just don't know how to cope or how to continue. And I think you would have said, okay, like we can find some help, like a normal person would. And I just think that it was his time. So drugs does not mean like you can use caffeine or alcohol or something like that. He was using something. And that doesn't mean like illegal drugs or there's stuff like out over the counter that you can take. So there's kind of like this feeling that he was using some kind of, numbing agents, so to speak. And that doesn't mean that it was alcohol. So, you know, could have been caffeine. um, yeah, he just felt like he didn't fit. And it's not your fault. It wasn't your fault. Like, he just felt very out of place around him. Like, there was nothing you could have done at that point in time. And he didn't let you know either because he was ashamed of that, you know? Like, how do you tell people, oh, I don't fit in, like, I don't belong, you know? you would have been like, don't be silly, everyone wants to see you, like, you know. There's kind of like this bit that we can convince ourselves that, there's something wrong with us because everybody looks happy and we're not happy. But overall, I would say, yeah, it's not your fault. Let's see if I can connect in with him. He feels at peace, like he's connected to, a lot of people. It's weird, like a lot of people say when you go to the afterlife, and this is usually like documentaries of people that come back, they say that you connect to a source, you connect to the energy and you feel peace. And I don't think there's much of your friend as you knew him. He's calm, he's like part of connection, he's part of that. So closest I could describe it as a being of white light. So, you know. He told me that before and asked me to help him find new friends, and I did, and he seemed happy. I don't think that it was down to friends. Like, how can I explain it? Like, some people are just sensitive to rejection, and he was already seeking out rejection before people even became his friends. So it's kind of a hard thing where he would go into a party, and even though he got invited, he would still feel lonely at the party. Mekha says, am I on the right path in life? What do I need to do to improve myself as a person and help people? I tried to ask my tarot cards yesterday and he wouldn't tell me anything. It's hard with tarot, especially if you're not really connecting. Um, he told me that he's lonely. I don't think he's lonely in the afterlife. It was a secret. Yeah, I feel that he had a lot of shame when it came to. Okay, so when you see people interacting and they do it so easily, and then you're just like, um, you go over to people and you interact with them, and like somehow you feel very, awkward. And then they pick up in the awkwardness. And so it's kind of a weird thing. It doesn't matter what you say. It's just like, and so you become more and more awkward. And that's all he felt all the time. No, why he took his own life. I just feel like he never fit. I don't think it was a secret. It just, he knew he would never fit. And you couldn't have convinced him otherwise. Like, he just was like, I don't belong. So it's not a secret per se. The biggest thing was loneliness, I feel. But yeah, just not being able to go anywhere and relax and being in the moment. I do feel that. So, Megha, are you on the right path in life? So the cards say stop controlling your life as much. Allow things to naturally come into you. So you could be pushing things away that you know you want, or you might not know you want now, but things would come in for you. What do you need to do to improve your life? It's interesting because I would say to you, like, rebuild things if they break. And this might be not everything, but it's definitely like forgive people more. And that might not be like bring them back in your life if they're not worthy of how can I explain it? That doesn't mean that you need to build a relationship with them again, but forgiveness would be really good for you because then you'd be like, okay, it doesn't matter, you know? And to help people, don't focus always on the money, focus on the love. So it could be like sharing love with others because a lot of times we try to help people through money and a lot of times people want love instead. You're very welcome, Jean. It's always hard because like we're connecting with someone that might not want to tell us. Like why I'm connecting with him is he probably doesn't know me. And so therefore with your question, he probably is honest with me compared to you. Like he doesn't want to like you to feel like you're guilty of something. It would not be something that he would ever want you to take on. Arita says question 3, what does A thinking about me after party 23-24? What's his thoughts about me? Well, he definitely misses you, Arita. There's also this feeling of like cleaning up the party and finding a lot of mess. Um, I think it was mentally freeing seeing you at the party. But yeah, he does miss you, or he feels emotionally drawn to you. Outside, he pretends like he really didn't care so much, but you know he still cares a lot about you. So I would say crunchy M&M. So hard outside, soft inside. Doesn't let anybody show the softness. Which would be really hard because both cups and swords can be very, I don't know. I don't think petty, but there's kind of like this feeling of pettiness coming through with this cards. What cards are you using, Jean, for your tarot? Arita says, question 4. Did Arthur sleep with Laura at the party? I would definitely say yes. With this Ace of Wands. This is confusing me though. So, he probably planned to sleep with her at the party, so that's interesting. Yeah. Closet, maybe. Not that you probably want to know, but it seems like the closet space. Radar white or traditional manga? Oh, I think I've got manga here. Let me double check. Oh, heavy, heavy books. I thought I had manga. Do I actually? Yeah, I do. Oh, that's not traditional. That's a mystical one. This is another one that my mom gave me. Looks very pretty. Never seen the traditional one before. So there you go. I have that one too. Yeah, I there's kind of like some that I connect with, some I don't. But that one's a really pretty one. Cause I'm moving, I've got to think about like whether I should take all my cards with me or pass them on to a good home. I do that sometimes where I'm like, I'll pass them on to a good home and they can, be with someone that, will love them, or pass them on to someone else. Because, I feel guilty if they don't, you know. I gave someone a dog tarot deck because I was like, I'm not gonna use these ones. I'm not connecting with their energy, which was they're a beautiful deck, by the way, if you have the dog tarot. But you know, give me 1 second. I will be right back. I I'm going to quickly be back. Okay. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about the wait. So crunchy, but yeah, I think that I would want to have sex in a closet, but each to their own, you know? What would happen between me and FA next, and when. So at the moment with FA, it seems like he will blame you for something. So there's kind of like this slow kind of getting to know each other again. So there's kind of like frustration because I think, Siba, you've just dealt with it. You don't care anymore. But he kind of feels like a lot of these things are your fault when they're not. So there's you. I think that what'll happen is you'll see new opportunities for you, and you'll kind of go your own separate way without him, interacting with you, because this is going to be a slow process. And I don't think you'll ever convince him that it's his fault, compared to. yours. So the tent? The tent? No, it feels like a box. I would say closet, but it tents are comfortable. Tents are really comfortable. Um, Mika says, "Why does R call me? Why doesn't R call me when he's with his friends? Do they manipulate him against him?" No. Usually he plans to call you, so I don't think he realizes it's such a big deal to call you, and maybe you should just like set alarm on his phone. You know, if you want to call it, like get him to call you, because he's usually out. He forgets the time. He's talking with his friends. They don't manipulate him against you. Um, they're really not talking about you at all. It's just he's having fun and he forgets the time, you know. Tent is like a box. Oh, well, damn then. Okay. And if it was dark, yeah, okay. Because says, if R's family force him to marry someone else, will he leave me for family's sake, or in any case, will he move on? No. So he's not going to move on. He is going to stay. He's a very stubborn person. Um, no. He knows he's found the right person. And that's why he's like left the house. He no, he's not going to listen to anything. And besides, like he's put all this effort in to staying with you, trying to find a way of making more money. No, this guy's a keeper, Mekha. Like honestly, if I wasn't dating my partner, no, he's a good one. Honestly. Ask him put his picture wallpaper. Yeah, just set alarm on his phone. So there was like this interview, and I don't know if you've watched any of his stuff, but Tom Bilyeu and his wife is so gorgeous, and she's like, oh yeah, like he never buys me flowers, and she said, here's my phone, put in a reminder on my calendar to buy you flowers. So he buys you flowers because he gets reminded. Severheart says, you predicted once that FA and I will end up together. What's the update of that energy? Will it play out? I think honestly you're putting your energy in the right direction for this. However, FA is total utter chaos, and I do feel like you lose patience with him, Zeba, and you just go your own way. You're just like, nah, um, you're not going to be a man. Like you're not going to step up. So I do feel like, honestly, no, like you I think you'll understand your own value and you're going to be like, why am I waiting around for for him if he doesn't understand what he wants? Okay. So, when should I start driving? Advice. It's hard because honestly, at the moment, you probably don't have the money to start driving. And the King of Pentacles, you're chasing money too much. So unless you really need to do it, I would say no, because it's just going to cost too much to start driving. However, like you could do lessons now, but buy a car later, and that could be a big thing. It's like do the lessons and then, then you can have time to get a car and everything like that. So that's important for you. Okay. You lost your big songbooks. Oh no. Arita says, what do you see for me in love in July? Well, there is a rebuilding of a relationship. So this could be an ex coming back to you. And there seems to be another person coming in for you. And why I would feel like this is a different person is you normally don't date swords. I feel like you date cups or occasional ones. So that's usually how I would say that is like water or fire signs. You don't usually date swords which are air signs normally. That does not mean that you're dating an air sign coming in. They could just be normally so air signs. Well, the swords are very intelligent, very measured, very charismatic. Normally, it can be charismatic. They're very honest. So that's something that you normally don't have. Um, is there a time frame to start the lessons? Anytime now, and a J. Anytime now to start lessons. So yeah, with this, you're also manifesting a lot in for you in love, Arita. So it does feel like you're going to be very you're gonna be like, oh well, why did they all come at once? Like, why couldn't I just like come other places? So, you're gonna have a lot of love in July for you, and you're gonna have to decide whether you stay with tried and true or you start dating someone that's very different from your normal. And I do feel like this person would treat you better than your ex. No problem, Siva. Oh yes, and Jean is amazing. Chef's kiss. Will I be able to completely avoid any run-ins with FA at all? Okay. Yeah, I think if you focus on your career, then yes, you'll you'll not have any run-ins with the FA at all. The other thing is that will I get married next year? You said, Siba. It depends on whether you plan to. So there's kind of like this feeling that if you plan to, you will have to meet a lot more people to choose whether you like get matchmates a lot more to get married next year. So I would honestly say if you plan to get married next year, you would have to start really taking it seriously. Honestly, Karen and Jean, I'm so lucky, hands down, so lucky. Both of them are amazing. Amazing people. Thank you so much for being here. And Jay says, thinking of starting a platform. How will it do? Any advice? Honestly, I think that your energy, I would say, don't start a platform. It might be start content. So, like, how would I explain it? Like, you could have a website full of your content, or, but I think that honestly, the creativity aspect, it would draw you in and keep you longer than making a platform, because I think overall people are getting tired of socials whatsoever. It doesn't matter whether it's YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. People are getting tired of this. And I think that you're very good at the creative aspect of these things. So, like website design or setting up shops for people on um, Shopify, or just creating your own content, yeah, some self energy. But I would definitely feel for you, platform, it would be very hard for you to set up. You would get frustrated. There feels like a lack of funding. You would be stuck at home doing this, and you would see no benefit, or kind of. So it depends whether you want to see this as a challenge, and it doesn't matter whether it kind of grows or fails. But I think like content production, or like Mr. Beast kind of thing, you know, would be the best thing for you. Is like creating a platform, making a lot of content with people. Yeah, you're very good at that. Rita says, I lost my big songbooks. Did they in my place or my parents' house, or I left them where I eat dinner? No, they're at your place. Weirdly enough, I'm feeling like behind something green. Like you might have potted plants, or you know, something like. It is weird because like I'm feeling like plastic, like maybe a plastic pop out, but I do feel like you have live plants as well. There's something, so it's kind of like hidden. It could be that there's like how to explain it is like you've got your window, your potted plants across your window, and it's like fallen between the window and whatever's in front of it. Um, so that's where to look. I don't know, cause I'm feeling like there's kind of weird green potted plants. That's where to first look. Let me know where it is, but it's definitely at home. No, I'm very sure. It might be that like me, where you think, oh, I'm going to take them out, and it can be one of those things that I would say. A few days back, I argument with R about not contacting me and not making efforts towards me, and he said move on from him. Okay, so this is why this is going to be very interesting, Megha, because this is why you guys are doing very badly in your arguments together. So he has a fear of losing you. So this can deal with possessiveness, jealousy, yada yada yada. He feels like you're going to leave. You're going to leave him. On the other hand, you want confirmation that he loves you and you need it from him. Like, this is like a wound inside yourself that you need attention. That doesn't mean that that's not something that you should want from your partner. It's probably just not the right place at the right time. So this is like attachment wound for you. You need to be like attached to someone. So this is sometimes what women do, because we women usually, weirdly enough, don't get enough love. So they look for love in their dads. Their dads don't usually give their daughters that much love. They look at in their mothers, and their mothers reject them too. So you have this big bit that you have to find a way of loving yourself that doesn't involve all. And like, I learned this late in my life. Like, I'm 34. So I'm not late in my life, but later than sooner. Is that if I wanted to buy flowers, I had to buy flowers myself. If I want chocolate, I buy it myself. If I want a hug, yeah, I can hug myself, but sometimes I just ask for a hug from my partner. If I'm feeling lonely, then it might be good to just ring up a friend. So there's kind of like this bit that you might feel only your partner can take on for you, but a lot of times this is how a lot of us women deal with our relationships, and it really annoys our men. That's one thing. For him, he has this fear, possibly not from parents. He's probably been a very established person at home, but friends, like early attachments that he's tried to make, people have left him. And so, therefore, there's kind of fear that always people will leave. It doesn't matter what he does, people will leave. And so, therefore, you're both, you know, so he will try to work very hard to keep you, fearing that. And so, therefore, he closes down every time you have a conflict, because he's like, you're going to leave, and you're like trying to get that attention when he's like. So this is a cycle until you guys break it. Now, you can't do anything about his fear of leaving. He's got to work on that yourself. What you can do is give yourself more love and, deal with that. And then, dear, figure out a time and place that he can give you more like effort. Maybe that's Tuesday at 5 o'clock. So that's important. When to I plan it? I have to. So my cousin's going to be staying. I have a cousin over from Australia, by the way. So the next 2 nights I possibly won't be streaming, and then there will be a members live on the weekend. I have to do it on the weekend because I promise you guys 2 out of every month, and I have to do some streaming because I've been really tired the last month, and it's just drained me so much. Honestly, to tell you, like, I've been sleeping like some nights like 12 hours, and then having like during the day 4 hours. And so I'm like, I'm possibly, because we've been trying to have a baby, so I could probably be pregnant. And it's very normal first trimester to, you know, sleep a lot. So we'll see. So, you know. I will be back this week for sure. Will A invite you on a date in July? He's not thinking about it, Arita. That doesn't mean that he's not going to do it because, like, the Page of Cups, he's coming out of his self reflection phase. And I do think that you guys go out, but this might not be like a date. This might just be like going out having drinks. That might be considered a date for you, but A might not consider it a date. So, you know. Good luck with A, Arita. Yeah, I'm taking prenatal. But yeah, it's annoying. I am hungry. Today I was hungry all the time. Um so I ate a whole block of chocolate. um what did I eat today? Muesli. I ate a whole bowl of muesli, one banana, two English muffins with egg and bacon, a whole block of chocolate. Jesus Christ. I don't want to tell you. That's bad. Pasta for dinner and then nearly a half bag of peanuts, so you know. uh, I haven't been drinking a lot of caffeine, to be honest. So if I if I go out, it's usually like one coffee, but I don't drink it at home. So, you know. No worries, Arita. Good luck trying to find your book. I wish that I could tell you specifically, but you know, all I was thinking was like the lower corner of a window. It's a little bit bigger than the normal window, because it's like a picture that I have in my head, but it's kind of a weird one where I'd say that, yeah, so lower right corner of a window. And why it's saying that is because, you know, I already have a picture in my head of something that's similar looking. So, you know, I don't know. Lumia Light says, last question before I go. How will the second half of this year go? Any guidance? The cards say plan things, do things slowly, and be a lot more active. So that's an interesting thing that I would say to you is that things will go slowly. So you have time to plan things and then act on them quite fast. So yeah. This could even be like work on your physical goals instead of like mental or spiritual goals. That's important. Mekha says, where can I expect myself in love and financially by the end of the year? Okay, so the cards say don't get distracted. You tend to be quite distracted. Um, work on your own singular goals. Like you've got a lot of skill set, so you could be very like financially well off if you specialize parts of your career. The other thing is that your career will work very well if you work on your own things. So this could be doing projects after work where you're working on your own thing that's making you money. Honestly, it looks very good for you with the Two of Cups. So I would honestly say that both of your families will agree to this marriage and you guys are going to be very better off. So I would honestly say that I would be surprised if you guys are not married by the end of the year. Arita says, I'm not understanding him. Why does A not make a move asking me out on a date? Where's the problem? He thinks that you're going to be busy. He also worries about what other people would say if he took you out on a date. Um, I think he can be a very vain person. So that's a big thing. That's a big hurdle for him. But he does see you as being someone he could get married and have kids with. That could be also something that's scaring him, Arita, is that whole idea that um if he did do that, then he might get married and have kids, and he's not ready for that. So that can be something that's avoidant. But yeah, it's not down like it's not you that's the problem. It's the way he perceives other people. And I would say that there's kind of slightly narcissistic qualities to him. Not that I diagnose anybody, I can't. But there's kind of like this trait of like I've got to look good around everybody, and it could come over in his wardrobe as well, where he has to look nice and all of that. When do you see me becoming successful, energy? Um, it depends on what you mean by success, because the star card is like working on your own self, growing your own goals, and kind of getting out of your anxiety. So these are the things that you need to work on first to be successful. Um, if you don't work on those first, then everything else that you will build up will fail. So you need to work on those first. And then yeah, working on things that inspire you or excite you is important, because you're going to put in more work in something that you're excited about than not. So that's important for you, is like don't work on the things that are not going to excite you, because you're going to avoid them, you're going to put them off. Okay, so that's really important for you. So that's important. I would say career, love, and friendships, work on these things first. So why I'm saying to you like work on your own projects, do something like, that excites you, and get out of your anxiety. Is everything else will build on top of that. So that's your year to, and then your success will flow in because everything else it's been taken care of. Like, you already know that you're amazing, that you're wonderful. Like, even saying that, you might cringe because you don't believe that yet. Will it be in your 30s? Well, honestly, I would say to you that if you work on this stable foundation this year, then you will get everything that you want in next year. But you have to work really hard at, growing yourself, like training yourself, you know, getting out of the anxiety, getting rid of the anxiety that's around you, and then following things that excite you, you know, putting all your extra energy into something that you're growing, that excites you, that can make you money. Okay? Megha says, "What profession you see me in at the end of the year or next year?" I think that you work a lot with other people. Now, the weirdest thing is, like, for me, it feels like a teacher, Megha, like a teacher looking after people, but it might not be a teacher of kids. It might be a teacher of adults. Um, it seems to be paying very secure. You know, you're very welcome, Anna J. Um, it might be hard because then you get annoyed very quickly by, how slow people are to learn. But I think overall you enjoy this. So this might be teaching people languages, or, um, but I think this is more adult based. So you will get paid a lot, but it might be something that you also do YouTube videos teaching people things, because that's important to have that extra money coming in. So I would definitely feel like adults in compared to kids. Sorry, Megha. Do you see A going to do a move, or am I in my head only, like, daydreaming a lot about him, Arita? No, I think you're right. In some ways, with the Lover's card, you're just gonna have to wait for him to wake up and smell the roses, because with the Ten of Swords in reverse, he's getting out of something that he's been trapped in, um, physically for a while. So there could be this kind of feeling of stuckness, entrapment, and so therefore he's kind of getting out of that. So there's kind of, for him, he doesn't like being happy, which is a weird thing to say that I'm picking up. Is like he doesn't like to be happy, or kind of, yeah. I think that he thinks that if he's not happy, he's doing a good job at his career and, everything like that. That's important for him to deal with. So I do think that he will make a move in the future, but not this year. It might be take a while for you guys to actually have like catch up and have drinks out and talk, and then him making a move compared to you don't want to rush this guy because he'll kind of disappear. So, how does your future husband view you at the moment, Anna J? Well, okay, so if I don't think this person would know you yet. Um, but the thing is that when this person, like, their advice right now for you would be like, um, that you're scared that you should drop into something, like do something, that you want attention for things that you haven't done yet, and to do things slowly. So I do feel like he's a very methodical planner. He doesn't tend to worry too much. And so therefore there's kind of like this feeling that this is the advice he would give, is just do the thing. Um don't expect it to go well until it does, and then yeah, grow it slowly. So instead of get trying to do it fast. What do I need to know to get on the path of success in all areas of my life by the next 2 years? Roach, I saw your question, so give me a second. Because I just saw that. Um, you need to talk a lot more to people. You need to work on your own things, as I said, and you need to focus on what is making you unhappy versus what's making you happy. Okay? So yeah, don't kind of like think how much better like all those sardines would taste if they were gold plated or something like that. That's important for you. Siva says, is FA getting already divorced? What's going on in his love life? Ooh, it's a fracturing for sure. It's weird because he doesn't realize that. So for him, it's fine. Like it seems like it's resolved itself, but for her, she's not feeling listened to. She's not feeling, she's got a lot of tension. She's stopped trying. And FA thinks that it's going fine because she's not arguing back or, dealing with all of that. And yeah, overall, I do feel like it's very close to divorce. I would say I would give it 6 months from now. Based on the cards, like, I think she's given up. Okay, I guess I wouldn't rush things with him, but it seems like there needs to be, for him, healing, and for me, other dates with other men. I would say that too. Rich says, how does A Mo view you. It's weird because this person's feeling very estranged from you. Um, like if you're asking about X, that would be something that I would feel from this energy, or he's thinking all women are the same. That's the big thing that I would say for you. So that's a big thing that I would say for you is that yeah, um he sees that you're interested, but I do feel like he's blocking you out or he's thinking a lot more about himself. Overall, I would say that this person doesn't think about you that often based on these cards. And that's a big hard truth is like it's not particularly fair. Uh yeah, you can add another donation. You can add another super chat if you want, Siba. Um, but one more. I feel like that kind of kindness now. But yeah, I've got bandwidth for another question, and then I will toddle off to bed. It's weird. Like I've been talking, and but it's still sometimes very hard. Can be very draining sometimes. Megha says, "Will I get married to R eventually with both of our families' acceptance? When will R's family wait?" I think that you will get married slowly. So this kind of feels like not this year, it probably will be next year. It's weird because I do feel like you marry before then. So it could be that you guys have a marriage certificate and then you get married. Um, your family won't ever let you go. They're scared of hurt, like you being hurt. Will R's family wait? They're always happy with all his choices in life. I think they want him to move on just because they see him in pain, but they also like you. So that's the hard part where they don't want him being hurt, and he at the moment he's being hurt by your family. You know, so that's a big thing for him. Okay, your last question. A best advice from the universe for me about A. What can help me in my situation? What do I need to do? Hanged man. Okay, you're scared of something not happening, but I do feel like you'll drop into this. So you should just wait on A and you'll naturally drop into like a date or a couple of dates with him, and you'll realize that there might be a discrepancy what you thought of him as a person and who he actually is. Um, I think that you're relieving your anxiety, so I do feel like take time to kind of date, kind of look around and see who else you want, because I do feel like the more that you wait for one person, it's going to be very hard to kind of um deal with kind of the frustration of waiting. Concerning emo, I feel something dirty about the situation. you do not like the situation. I honestly, I don't feel like there's any. Hmm, let me ask the pendulum for you, but there didn't seem like any bad things there, Rouge. But he hasn't told his family about my family not agreeing. There's something there that they kind of know. I would say they know already. So no, there's no black magic there, Rouge. It just feels like this person's very much hidden. Whether they want something, you know. I thought I did. And then J's 13. Let me double check. Do, do, do. Yeah, I did Anna J's 13, I think. Yeah. Unusual why I was so attached to someone I was not attracted to. It's interesting because there's still some attraction there. It's a very strange thing. Yeah. Okay, Siba says, will I be in a long-term stable relationship anytime soon? Okay. Yes, you will be. It will happen this year. 8th month, so August. This person will treat you like a queen. Um, this person you might meet through work, but it kind of feels like a weird thing that I would definitely say that it could be um yes, I for me I would say that your family will never agree to any kind of wedding. They don't want to let you go. But his family, yes. So yeah, I would say work or a library, which is a weird thing to say. I don't know how many libraries you go to, but you know, if there's a cute guy at the library, Seba, you know, that's important. Rooch says, why did I meet him? Because you wanted someone to want you. I think that's the biggest thing is like you want someone to seem like they want you, that you can pour love into you. You're also very self-critical of yourself. You don't feel that you're attractive as you are. And a lot of other times people are echoing the same thing, that you're not as attractive as the people that, you know, are in the magazines. But, you know, that's a big thing that I would say. So that's a big thing. Jean, I did answer your divorce messages. No, did I? Oh, give me a second. I will double check that. So yeah, I think work or the library, which is a weird thing. I do feel like marriage potential with the cute guy for sure. So yes, I would say that it is a lesson in um yeah, self-esteem, like low self-esteem, and that not everybody needs your love. Maybe that's the thing that I would say. So if people seem like they want your love, that doesn't mean that they're always going to do that. Okay, let me double check. Which one did I not answer, Jean? I'm very sure I did yours. Alright, Siba, thank you. There was FA's divorce. I'm sure I did yours, but it was a while ago. Let me ask the pendulum very quickly to just back it up. I'm sorry if I've completely forgotten. Um, so the pendulum says no. Let me ask the cards. He just doesn't have the money. He wants to rush it, so um he wants to rush it, but no. It is gonna need extra money from him, so I don't think he's gonna finalize the divorce this year. But you're welcome. Sorry, Rooch, that you know it's like hard because we all have to deal with that, you know. Um, so yeah, it'll probably overflow to next year. Extra. No, I think this is extra money to pay his lawyer. You know, that's the biggest thing that I would say. So we are finishing up. Have a very good night, guys. Look after yourselves. Have a great sleep. And I will see you hopefully in 2 more days. Yeah, I would say so. For sure. He started the process, but it's going to cost a lot. It's not going to be easy for him. Love you all. Have a good night. No worries, Jean. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good sleep. Bye bye.